And speaking of the children being saved, actually, before I get started here, I want to rant briefly because Chill Pangolin brought to my attention. No, it's nothing to do with non-drivers. I'm just saying that the drivers. I don't even. What, Taquita? I actually don't even know what you mean now. You have successfully thrown me. What was I talking about? Right, so Chill Pangolin brought this terrible, terrible review of this game to my attention. And I just wanted to rant about it briefly, because I've heard this type of review since the 90s. Like, this is old for me. What it boils down to is that here it is, it's GameSpot. It's a review for this game. And it's too reluctant to stray too far from the formula of its predecessors. How, Darkrai? Sorry. It feels like a step back in time, and not in the good retro chic kind of way. None of its levels are bad, but its competitors mix up puzzles, platforming, and creative ways to get to great effect. Here, the journey gets familiar very quickly. And I'm not going to read this whole thing. It's one of the least exciting platforms I've played in some time. It has dull, derivative level design, employs some cheap and frustrating platforming tricks, and has harsh checkpoints during boss battles. But it has two good elements to it. One, it has fun boss battles, and two, it has vehicle sections, and it specifically praises the rocket barrel sections. This is April 30th of 2018. Several years after the game came out, actually, which is kind of weird, but whatever. I still don't get where you're coming from. Okay, let me try my analogy again here. Just because something hard doesn't mean you get a free pass to not do it. That's what I mean. Like, I don't understand where you're coming from on this. Just because it's difficult to be a parent doesn't give you a free pass to be a bad parent. Just because it's difficult to drive a car doesn't give you a free pass to drive badly. Anyways. So, maybe Chill Pangolin? I don't know. It did April 30th, 2018. Anyway, so obviously this is a bunch of nonsense by an idiot who wouldn't know a video game if it walked up and smacked him in the face. But the thing that really I wanted to rant about on this particular review is that it's the type of thing I've heard for years. For a while there, me and my friends actually had a term for it. We called it the Mega Man 4 review. Those of you don't remember, one of the biggest complaints everyone had about Mega Man 4 in all the magazines when it came out was, well, it's just more Mega Man. And then they made that complaint even more about Mega Man 5 and about Mega Man 6. Now, you may or may not know this, but Mega Man 4, 5, and 6 are three of the best Mega Man games. Because, you know, they polished the formula and actually really, really focused on the content. You know, the slide existed, the charge existed, Rush existed. And yes, 4 introduced the charge shot. Did Mario get that complaint? Oh yeah. Pokemon gets this complaint. A lot of franchises get this complaint. Mega Man was the first one I encountered. The Mega Man 4 complaint. And I understand, I do, that some people prefer something that's innovative over something that's good. And I mean every ounce of elitism in that sentence. because game reviewers, professional game reviewers can go to hell. But I do understand from a personal perspective, from the perspective of a real person, that some people prefer innovation. Some people prefer something unique over something that is well designed or well polished or whatever. That's fine. If you have a preference for that, that's cool. But you can't just come to me and say, well, this game sucks because it doesn't do anything new. That's stupid. Most of the best games ever made in every genre are the games that came out after the new stuff was invented and we're able to sit down and polish, right? We're able to actually develop the new innovations that people weren't really sure what to do with when they were innovative, because that's what innovation means, is trying insane, crazy new things and usually failing. And I'm sorry for this brief mini rant here. I've heard this argument literally since I was a child, and I am sick to death of it. Anyways, let's get back to this non-innovative game. While we're here. Welcome to Africa. I don't think Nintendo generally pays their reviewers like at all. Oh, I thought there was something up there. Second world was Austria. I'm just kidding. It's actually the Netherlands. Haven't you seen Madagascar, Act? I try Hex it. Well, I highly recommend you not watch it, because that film sucks. I shouldn't say that. I did not enjoy that film. Madagascar. You can't win, right, Blade Duval? FF8 was too innovative. Take it back to code. Oh, that sounds awful, Darkrai. So, admittedly, I don't remember what the resources the Snowmads are claiming from this island. There's always a resource, right? There's always something that they're taking from each island. I mean, what was the Scramble for Africa about, anyways? Don't actually answer that. Just being facetious. Interesting ways to indicate there's a thing there. Images in the image gallery, and I think music too, Palmer. Don't quote me on that, though. What? 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 He wasn't even looking at me, he was just meowing at the door. As usual, just destroying the local terrain while we're here because we are a donkey. These people have accepted genocide. Now they shall reap what they sowed. It may sound harsh, but in my defense, they took my bananas. That's true, Chill Penguin. Most platformers have something a little bit more vague, like, oh my god, they're gonna conquer the world or something. Whatever the hell Wily was up to, I don't know. Wily escaped from the old folks' home again. Ugh, look at how non-innovative this game is. Disgusting. Really, J. Palmer? How so? Oops. Ah. Well, I apologize. Maybe step out for the rest of World 3. Mario Galaxy 2 is actually legitimately non-innovative, that's true. Isn't that right, Ken? What? What do you want? What do you want? Like that style of pseudo-African music, yeah, it's the whole world. So I mean, the Wonder Seeds were innovative, but that was it. Odyssey's innovation was having good 3D platformer controls. That is not a joke. Mario Odyssey was the first 3D platform I've ever played where I wasn't fighting the controls to some extent or another. Now, interestingly enough, the second 3D platformer I've played like that came out like within a month of Mario Odyssey. That's a hat in time. Nice introduction of our seed mechanic there. I don't remember if they're going to do anything with that. Yes, Chill Pangolin. The Banjo games played like Mario 64, but worse. Something I proved during the stream, actually. Accidentally. What I had done, I forget if it was Kazooie or Tooie, because the two games blend a lot in my head. But during one of them, I was trying to make a point that even Mario 64 had the problems I was having, because I was defending myself because I got a lot of flack for the Banjo reviews. So I was in a little bit of a defensive mode. And I was defending the negatives for controls. And I'm like, alright, let me show you Mario 64. And I fired up Mario 64 and it controlled way better. And Mario 64 doesn't control very good. So... Good morning, Fun Frankenstein. Yes, as a reminder, because I didn't like Banjo-Kazooie, I don't like platformers. That was the actual logic behind that comment. Where are all these frickin' seeds coming from? God, people. Wow, I missed everything there. Missed the bounce, missed the vine, and then missed the platform. In that order. Isaac Taft. That's actually a good question, Triaxia. I'm not sure. I will be curious to find out the answer to your question. frickin' seeds. I take it back. I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, getting back to good level design, have you noticed how the movement of the seed is actually bespoke? I screwed up there, of course. Mario 64 is the best, only good controlling 3D Mario. You mean the worst, right? Like the actual bottom of the barrel worst. Pun intended. I'm sorry, that's Mario 6. Okay. Anyways. Moving on. Yeah, I've just played the best 2D platformer ever. It's called Mario Brothers 1. And it controls the best, you see. Because I got nothing. So what I was trying to say before I so rudely died, which is my fault, it's worth noting. The giant seed that's falling does so at a specific rate. What I mean by that is each frame, for lack of a better way to call that, as it's falling, it falls at a specific rate. It doesn't follow you, it doesn't rubber band. As long as you follow the same patterns, it will follow the same patterns, kind of a deal. Which I mentioned... Sorry. Which I mentioned because it allows them to say, okay, let's give the player a couple more seconds here, because there's a platforming thing up ahead. Okay, now let's go faster, and so forth and so on. Well, that's a good question, Blue Dragon EXE. So far, I'm going to go with a yes. But the only way to really know that is to see how it scores in the end. We are only at level 3, it's worth noting. Excuse me, World 3. I'm actually... Now you got me wondering if I can think of a 3D platformer that controls worse than Mario 64. I'm sure one exists, but I haven't played Bubsy 3D or Conker's Bad Fur Day yet. There's got to be something. And it's probably early PS1, early N64, whatever it is. So, quick tutorialization of the Dust Devil mechanic. Also, probably shouldn't be out and about in this kind of a storm, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. That guy's on fire. Well, he was on fire. Really, Darkrai? Why? Don't mind sharing. So now I'm curious. What are the worst 3D platformers out there? Like, I know Bubsy 3D. At least I think I know Bubsy 3D. I always get that confused, because there's like 3, which were made under similar circumstances at the same time. Pandemonium. I've never even heard of that. So that probably qualifies. Barbie 3D platformer? Who made a Barbie 3D platformer? Sonic 06. Can confirm Sonic 06 controls like ass, too. Let's go back to the original point for this. Okay, so now we have lightning, by the way. Because why not? It's okay, we only have to dodge it 200 times. I mean, New Super Mario Bros. U is a very good 2D platform. In fact, I think it's one of the best we've covered. I'd have to check my notes on that. That was up there. What's funny is both have some of the same things going for them, like the good local co-op thing. Why is everyone on fire? Oh, it's because of the lightning. Never mind. Never mind, never mind. Question rescinded. Oh, it's tedious as hell. I meant what I said. I've never done it, and I never will. I will never get the 200 lightning bolts legit, because A, I don't care, and B, that is a waste of my freaking time. So, anyways, look at this extremely non-innovative level. Okay, we're not actually there yet, sorry. The next section? Yeah, here we go. And we're dead. Half an hour. God, what a waste of time. Now. Oh, shoot. Why are we going further into the tornado? Why is this our chosen path? Surely there's a way forward that did not involve going into the volcano. No? Okay. Yeah, very technically, I have 99.999% FF10 because I never did lightning. Over here. you're probably wondering, what do you get from the toy machine? Ooh. That's it. I mean, I could show you what we got. Oh, here we go. Figurines. Check it out. It's a gacha. It's an actual gacha. G-A-C-H-A. Collect them all? Okay. Good news is, surely the fire has burned out now that the storm is over. Bad news is, now we're in Canada. Or Southern California, if you think that's funnier. So now we introduce ashen trees, which are temporary platforms, and throwing water. And burning vines. Gotta have burning vines. Yes, of course, this is very derivative and unoriginal. You know, what's funny is you could argue that it is, and that's fine, really. I guess my overall point is, who gives a crap? I'm gonna stop bragging on that. That's just put me in way too bad of a mood. Nope. I thought I saw a platform to the left, which I was going for. And yes, World 3 starts off with fun, silly, happy, joy times. And now we're in the Scorched Plains. I wasn't really joking earlier. This is, again, with that whole visual continuity thing they like to do. This is pretty clearly the consequence of the storm we just saw. That's true, Chill Penguin. You're absolutely right. Like, I was making fun during that tornado level because having a level inside of a tornado is neat, but ultimately, mechanically, it's just another level. But you could say the same about 99% of levels, right? In every game. Oh my god. You okay, sir? Whoa there. So that's what happens if you eat Chipotle. We even got this cool mechanic. We actually saw this in Celeste. Although this goes back to Mega Man. Mega Man 3, in fact. Danger follows as you walk on the ground. So you step on the ground, and you're fine, but a second or two later, you know, death happens, so you're encouraged to keep moving. Again, that's something that was invented back in the NES, if not earlier. Actually, an angry sun would not go amiss in some of these stages. At least you can't blame the storm on us. most of these worlds, we're kind of the reason the place gets devastated. Like what we did to those poor owl people. The Hoots, I believe is what they're called. Because of course their tribe name is the Hoots. Probably not how I was supposed to do that, but whatever. Damn it. Whatever. Right, you notice how the fire is actually getting worse in both foreground and background as we're going. And I guess also in ground. Like, more of the terrain is on fire. More of the level is on fire the further into the game we get. Okay, surely we're past the flames now. I actually don't remember what's next. No. No. It's okay, it's okay. This is Tropical Freeze. It might not suck. Do you think Kong's even capable of looking at all those coins and being like, oh man, look at all that money? Or does it just not even occur to him? Because they're not bananas. Is there any room in his cold, dead heart for anything other than bananas? Yeah, we had a wind, a fire, and a water level. You're right, never noticed that before. So you like sharks, right? I like sharks. I'm about to hate sharks, though. That's true. Coins can buy bananas, donkey. Just saying. Let me explain the basics of economics to you, Donkey. God, so I was wondering about this earlier. 99 does appear to be the live cap, because we've been stuck at it for a while. That is a lot of fish. Is that what they're harvesting on this island, is fish? You mentioned that earlier, but I thought you were joking. Interesting way to tutorialize and color code obstacles. Not that tasty, Mr. Fish. I'm told gorilla meat doesn't even taste good. Aw, it'll be okay. You just take a nap. You'll be fine. It's an interesting point. Do fish have a sense of taste? Like, I remember reading that dogs don't. They just have a sense of smell. I don't even know if that's true or not. I don't know animals. Yeah, speaking of, let's do that again. Yeah, I'm confused why they added the breath meter. By memory, there's no point in the game in which the breath meter is relevant, you know? Like, it's never part of the design, it's just there to make you hurry up whenever you're underwater. I wonder what the cap is on how many coins you can have. And yeah, I love the... Now I can pay a little more attention to the background since I'm not looking for Kong letters. There's some giant hauls of fish. I'm just saying. So hang on. What's the third time through Chill Pangolin? Oh, there it is. Never mind, I just saw it. Oh, whatever. Hi, Dream Whisperer. How's your day going? That's cool, though. I actually mentioned this in the document, but you notice how the bananas indicate you should go down, and then the purple guy shows up. Purple guys attack up. In other words, the bananas kind of indicate where to go to avoid that basic attack, which is just some good tutorialization. Hang on, one more time. One more time. I know where it is this time, though. So I should be able to find it easily. That's true, Chillbang. I specifically mention it because one of the biggest reasons why the barrel levels are so much better in this isn't just the fact that they have health, although that helps. It's the fact they're just better designed. One of the biggest issues I had with the barrel levels in Returns is the fact that they were bullcrap. Extremely tight maneuvering through really irritating terrain where the camera's zoomed in so you can't tell where you're going. So the only real way to progress is to just memorize. Trial and error. And each death means starting over. Okay, I wasn't sure I could make that jump. I was just like, wait. Man, 3 exits. Almost got all the puzzle pieces. He may have never even played it, Chillbang. Okay, 3A. You know, ultimately, I'm sure Taquato would make fun of me for this. Other reviewers being garbage shouldn't actually bother me as much as it does. And I think, really, the only reason it does is specifically because of me, not them. Like, I bust my ass daily, and have for years, to do the best possible job I can of being the best possible reviewer I can. To be as fair and analytical and thorough as I possibly can. And it tends to feel like I do that for nothing. You know what I mean? So then I see a jackass like that reviewer. Nice job, decent pay. Thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people seeing their terrible review. And I'm just like, yeah, no, exactly, Darkrai. Like, let's just... It gets to me. It shouldn't. Legitimately, it really shouldn't. No, but I think GameSpot has loyal readers. I doubt most actual people who watch GameSpot or IGN or whatever for reviews notice the individual reviewers. They just see IGN review. That too. I've noticed that a lot. I joke about the Banjo-Kazooie thing earlier, but honestly, I have heard people glaze the hell out of Banjo-Kazooie. Not Tooie, Kazooie specifically, as if it was the greatest game ever made. And I'm like, I have no problem with you enjoying this game. But really? Hell, Ross even popped in yesterday and said something relevant to this exact same concept. He said, he mentioned that he liked Mario Brothers 3 more than he likes Tropical Freeze. Which is perfectly valid. Not Mario Brothers 3 is a superior game to Tropical Freeze, which is insanity. But I'm sorry, I'm drifting too much into territory I shouldn't. I'm just gonna shut up about it. I apologize. Like I said, I shouldn't let it get to me. I think just every now and again I don't have the HP, you know what I mean? And finding out about the house yesterday did not help my mood at all. Ouch. I'm sorry, Joe Pangolin. I know I'm not worth it. But I hope you've enjoyed at least a little bit over the last few days as we've been going through this blog. I don't know, are buffaloes known for temperament in real life? Because those buffaloes will literally try to kill me so hard they'll kill themselves. Right? Like, that's... I don't know much about buffalo, except that they're apparently delicious. Should not have gone for that. Damn it. Okay. Hang on. This feels like domicile territory to me. This is where they actually live, you know? Well, yeah, buffaloes are tanks, aren't they? Ever tried writing a long-form review of a game and you might find in a reputable publication? No, I have never actually bothered. It would probably just involve looking at my own review notes and then turning that into something less bullet pointy. Well, if I'm remembering correctly, I guess I can just look, because that's the boss. Yep, nope. This is the baboons, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, this feels like the approach to their central fortress. Speaking of, I believe this is the main road. We already see penguins in the distance here. Armed penguins. I mean, I guess it makes a degree of sense. If their main resource they're exporting from here is food, fish, something pretty much every snowmad species would value, you want to keep your food production very well defended, right? Like, if this is the metaphorical breadbasket of the snowmans, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Which one do I pick, though, Blade Default? Which one do I pick? How do I know which one to shoot? Sorry. Look at this. There's just bombs and alcohol. Or oil. I deserve that. And yeah, there's the front gate. And look at this. This is a fortification. We're invading a fortress. I was right. I remembered correctly. Holy crap. You guys have made a terrible, terrible mistake. Yeah, I was right, too, because, like, the boss, this is the baboons, right? So, one of their main gimmicks is bombs for that boss fight. So, yeah, no, that all tracks. Who needs dialogue to tell a story? Everyone in chat. And also me. Most averagely good game that I'm familiar enough to, that I'm confident in it. It's actually a tough one. So something in like the 40s range, right? I don't know, what kind of games have scored around a 40? Whoops. Whoops. Minesweeper. Yeah, hey Rax, you've been called out on the VOD, if you ever watch the VOD. Which you won't. But if you do, called out. Oh, shoot. I was waiting for the tick. How much did Mass Effect 1 score? Although that's probably a good pick. This game, I'll start the review of Mass Effect 1 with, this game is inferior to Mass Effect 2 in every way. I love the perspectives. I have to admit, a Mega Man 2 review would take less time to type up than Mass Effect 1. Hey, Loner. How's your day going? Yeah, I know that vibe, Loner. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I'm still paying several $100 a month in storage fees. Because, you know, that's fun. So, there's this old thing when it comes to military strategy, long-term strategy, large-term strategy. It boils down to, well, okay, so we've got a giant mountain from hell over here, a giant swamp from hell over here, and a path through the middle. So we're going to put all our defenses in the path, because nobody would be insane enough to go through the swamp or the mountains. Now, historically speaking, there are plenty of stories of generals and armies that have gone through the swamp or the mountains, metaphorically, and literally, and then, you know, been like, aha, surprise attack. But the thing is, what they don't tell you about, if you study military history, is the other 99,000 times an army tried to go through the mountain or through the swamp and died. There's a reason most people don't bother defending these routes. Anyways, that's where we are now. The path less traveled. Honestly, I'm surprised there's any snowman presence here. Look at this. Look at this place. Imagine being the guard assigned to this post. Alright, so you know that vine-encrusted hellscape? That's your job. Yeah, exactly, Blitcheval. Hello, Evo. Welcome to hell. I mean, it's true, Loner. Alright, hang on. Evo's finally here. I need to figure out what's the most visually impressive level I could show her really quick. That we currently have unlocked, because I can think of one that's later that we haven't unlocked yet. Look, Lauren. We have done one of the silhouette levels. Oh, you know what? Yeah, the windmill. The windmill, that's what we should do. What level is that? It's further in, I remember. Right, I wanted to check that. Hang on 1 second. I just realized I wanted to check something on my capture card. Give me 1 second, please. I meant to do it earlier and I just spaced. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So we're pulling at 1080. Yep. It should be going at 60. See if that changes anything. 2.6. Well, let's do 2.6 and 2.1 briefly. All right, Evo, don't go anywhere, so I can show you things. Evo immediately leaves. Frickin' buffaloes, go away. I'll leave you to the vines, Mr. Buffalo. I mean, you can feel free to tell me what you think of these visuals, too, as we're going through hell. I'm not trying to sound elite about this, but one thing I remember from my second platform, sorry, from my second playthrough of Tropical Freeze. My first playthrough, I noticed the fruit island. You know the one. I think it's actually the second to last one. Because everyone notices that, and it's awesome. But my second time through, I noticed almost all of the islands have something going on. Like I mentioned, there's almost always some kind of production happening, right? Also, Rax, you've been called out on the VOD, just so you know. These vines, I don't even know. Yeah, the vines are a little overgrown. Okay, hang on. Let me write down some notes really quick. Yes. Okay, we'll do 2-6 first. Oh my god! And then Evo leaves. The second I load the stage, she's like, I'm out. I give up. I give up. Was this the stage, though? This is the one I was thinking of. Or is it? Maybe we have to get up first. No, this is it. You're right. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's go try out 3K. Precarious pendulums. Sounds like fun. Yeah. Oh my god. Damn it, Giga. Sin and Punishment, Majesty Gold, and Epic Battle Fantasy V. Thank you, Noctis Exhold. So, you left as I was loading the stage I wanted to show you. So I left to go on doing an actual stage. And then I loaded this stage right as you got back. So you get to live with not the interesting looking stage now, because screw you. So, notice how they indicate all kinds of stuff here. Hang on. I want to talk about this. I'm going too quickly, so hang on a second. Let me get Dixie back here. Okay, so first of all, notice the scrapes on the background indicating where it's going to go. Now this is also cool looking. So there's this lightning thing, you're like, huh, but it's safe until you land on it. See? So, can't let it get all the way down to that. So there's our tutorialization. There's our two main mechanics for the level. Oh my god. I can't believe I managed that. little bit slower paced than a lot of the K levels tend to be. Not that that's a complaint. Breather section. That is why Dixie is better than Diddy. Like, objectively. That was weird. I guess I was early. I honestly didn't think that was even possible. No, I'll take ownership of it. I suck, blah, blah, blah. Worthless, terrible, hate platformers, literally Hitler. What, you haven't read Is Lore Secretly Hitler? It's a bestseller. See, all I did was shave the mustache and nobody believed it. It was great. So, notice we're on a safe spot before we see all kinds of not safe. There's actually no safety up ahead. It's all temporary safety. So you have to like hop, hop, hop. Okay, maybe not duck. That was actually probably a jump. Because the point was like right there, and I'm just really dumb. Okay, we're just gonna go for it. Hope for a heart. That would be great. Thank you. Yeah, I was wanting to move to Germany, even though I'm Austrian. Oh no, actually that doesn't make sense. Most of my biological family is actually German. Unlike his. Never mind. Which art college? That's a good question, since I've never been to art college. We'll have to make one up here. The 8-bit school dia of pixelization and the finer boutiques of sprite work. There we go. Boom. Yes, boutiques. It was one of those schools. Oh my god, please tell me I'm close to the end. No! No! Oh my god! Thank you, Dixie. And I'm dead anyways. Damn, I didn't know where to go. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know where to go. Knew what I should have done. Didn't even think about that. Although I'm not sure that works on Kong levels. Just giving myself a, hey, get out of jail free card. Because I've got like 5 of them in my inventory. And a few hundred coins burning a hole in my pocket. Whoa! That was interesting. Just gonna let that one go. I should stop collecting bananas. I literally have max lives. It's not even counting lives up anymore as I get them because I have so many. I got lives for days, bro. My lives have lives. That's how many lives I have. No. Sorry, I'll go ahead and be more specific. Chill Pangolin attested that this game has visual storytelling on the level of Sonic 3. That's it. Now, I obviously don't know Sonic 3, but this game actually has some of my favorite visual storytelling in 2D platforming. No, all editions of past 99 are wasted. It's just those lives are going into the ether. No, I don't have a nightlife. Okay, hold on. We just get pop that there for no reason. Okay, so okay, that shouldn't have happened that way. Oh, whatever. Let's come back to this, because Evo's probably sitting there like, come on, lore, stop doing the extremely, insanely difficult level and dying 10 minutes before the end. I blame you, Evo. I just want you to know this. It's all your fault. I demand all of the sorries. I want to squeeze like a sponge, right? Squeeze all the sorries out, so you never say sorry again. I never want to hear another sorry from you in my entire life. So what do you think so far? Nice wooden motifs in the backgrounds, you know. Kind of the metal, the Nordic thing, right? It's got the runed, I think it's what that's, no, I don't know what that's called. It's the knot thing on the metal up there. I don't know what it's freaking called. I don't know words. Now I gotta pay attention. So you pay attention to the visuals. I'm gonna pay attention to not dying. That is much smoother, though. Looks like it worked. So earlier on the side-scrolling sections, I was having frame rate issues. I don't know if you saw it, but I definitely did. And remember, I'm playing from my preview pane. So I forced it to 60 FPS, which is what the Switch 2 should be outputting at. That is a very good question, Blue Dragon EXE. Which killed me, but that's okay. I deserve to die. Let's try that again. This time without reading chat. At the very least, we should consider a kit positive, because they do actually play differently. That's true. I'm just burning through my lives. I'm just trying to make them useful. That's all that is. Have you noticed their feet yet, Evo? The house's feet? Oh yeah, there's rat holes everywhere for the Servitor race. And here's what the inside looks like. Sorry, I can't really stay still in here. Excuse me, leg. He's like, excuse me, sir, streamer. There's only one leg. And you said the visuals in this game sucked, Evo. Bishop. We were on the Vine level and you're like, ugh, I spit upon it. Can I warp here? No, I can't. That's fine. Hang on, one more. Pay careful attention during the intro, because it's like 3 seconds, but a lot happens in 3 seconds. I'm just gonna let the camera sit here for a second. I love this shot. The music perfectly fits it, too. While the Sawmill level is probably my actual favorite in terms of just audio-visual presentation, this is a close second. Yeah, no kidding, Chill Penguin. I mean, the Kremlins have always been pretty high-tech. They had a factory, like a metal factory, all the way back in the original. But these guys feel more organized. And also less wasteful. Have you noticed that? The, oh my god, there's stitches on the windmill. The cloth on the windmill. The Kremlins were very wasteful tech, right? Like, they felt more like space pirates than anything else. These guys feel like they're more actually advanced, as they're not completely devastating the environment that they're living in. Which is funny for a marauding power. But here we are. Just for you, Evo. You can even see the boss. You see that owl mounted in the distance. That's where we just were. Gotcha, right. The shingles are feathery. Here's what the inside of the windmills looks like. I love how the gears themselves have feather shapes in them. There's this nice, thick, dark, like almost charcoal wood. Charcoal brown for the wood there. Which complements the much more amber's the wrong word. Autumn? Red brown of most of the outside stuff. That's true, yeah. We were talking earlier about visual continuity, which kind of prompted the discussion, and I'm a huge sucker for visual continuity. Hell, Mega Man 2 has visual continuity. Not much, but it's there. Do you see the goats? Did you see the goats? Grazing out here. They're actually animated too, see? I mean, that is the vibe they get across, Noctis. So I don't have a better shot for you, but like, there's not a lot of safe ground around this part of the level. Yeah, I was just chilling. Just hanging out. Like I said, the Kremlins kind of devastate everywhere they are. The Snowmads claim. And obviously they want to claim our island, so we need to genocide them. But, it is interesting to see the contrast between them and the Kremlins. Okay. Now to go die a bunch. I also love how canon travel is just how we get around. Oh god, which came first? Secret of Mana or Donkey Kong Country 1? Real question, because I don't actually know. Oh. Wow, there you go. Donkey Kong Country stole from Secret of Mana. That's actually, unironically, kind of awesome. I wonder if it was deliberate, because you know the people at Rare played, like, video games. They would have known what Secret of Mana is. Yes, I know, the actual point of the canon travel was to be barrel travel, because they were trying to use the barrels from the original Donkey Kong. But how do they go from barrels to cannons? Like, where's the logic thread there? It's such a long level, too. Oh my god, you're right. Coconuts are cannons! Now, that sounds like a joke, but I know I've seen somewhere, probably in a cartoon, where coconuts have been used as cannons before. Congrats, Loner! I didn't know the Polish government was capable of doing anything good. Sorry, that sounds like I'm calling out the Poles. Let me say that sentence slightly different. I didn't know that any government was capable of doing something good. Why do you like the grumpy owl so much? Hello, Mr. Red. Welcome to my special hell. Fresh reminder, if you haven't, you should totally watch the Undertale Theater. Or rewatch it, as the case may be. Okay. It was literally at the end. That was literally the last jump. Got there, what, twice? So who's ready to go beat up some baboons? Working on it, Loner. Look, we need to kick out the current administration, then we got your back. You're on, Mr. Road. Please stop spilling coffee on yourself. I know that's what you're into. I'm not here to kink shame. Quit it. Okay, so we've knocked over their food production. Let's take out their generals, shall we? Oh, banana. What? And of course they're dicks because they're baboons. I don't actually remember how to do this one, so we'll be figuring this out as we go here. Okay, jump on one there. Yeah, I wonder if this does it into bosses. Yeah, I didn't think so. So, bombs. Referenced this earlier. Hey, okay. Oh, come on, he's right there. Oh, come on, game. Hey. Okay. Hey. So he can just summon ghost versions of himself now. That's just where we're at. Ghost monkeys. I like the color coding. Both the spike bombs, which you can't pick up, And the hammers they use are red. So red is universally dodge. The only thing you can pick up to attack them back is green. Okay, I don't feel like doing this level again, so I'm just gonna... Nope, nope. Let's get rid of that. I did it, apparently. We appear to be having some kind of issues. What's wrong with my fur? Roll 4. You like water levels, right? I was just saying, I remember the boss from this level pretty distinctly, actually. I don't remember what they're doing here. Or what resource, if any, they're pulling from this area. It's not fish. I guess I'll find out. I'm just gonna pretend we're playing Echo for a second. Fail at playing Echo. That's actually a preview of playing Echo. I'm just gonna fail at it miserably. Well, considering the boss of this place, is he even associated with the Snowmads? I don't remember. Well, if he's a... okay, if he's got the flag, he's got his tags on, then, you know... I'm telling you, why is the air thing even a mechanic? It's such a weird inclusion. See, I'm trying to disagree with you, Shadow Machine. I'm kind of failing at it. I'm afraid you may be right. I always figured he was more of a ranger than anything else, or a fighter. I mean, he does have access to magic, so that sounds like ranger. That's true. We can literally go to space and punch the moon, but we can only hold our breath so long. See, that's what I was thinking, Chill Penguin. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a breather section, right? Maybe breather section is the wrong word, but part of the level, or part of the world, part of the story, in which you're not facing the main villain. Don't mistake me, I do enjoy it when a story has a strong central pillar. Chrono Trigger comes to mind immediately. But it doesn't need a strong central pillar. Every now and again, you're just going through the ghost train, you know? Has nothing to do with Kefka. Has very little to do with the Gestalian Empire or the war. It's just, here's a ghost train, you know? Jesus. Speaking of, we're about to drown. Insert Sonic drowning music here. Yes, Cat, I know you exist. I do. Well, it's hard to believe. Definitely got some underwater machinery things going on here. Yep. Needed to get hit. Yes, I know I'm low on air game, thank you. I mean, if we're being 100% honest, that's what drowning does to you. You don't die from not breathing, you die because your body forces you to take a breath of water. It's okay, I got the G. Burning through my lives. That's all this is. Farming that RNG. What is this, Red Dead Redemption? I couldn't turn around there. Listen, Mobians just don't need to breathe. I don't think we've ever heard Sonic gasping for breath, right? Does anyone know where the phrase, the proof is in the pudding comes from? Very random thought. I was just wondering about it. No, but like, what's it mean? Like, I know what balls to the wall means. Because I looked it up yesterday. So that looks like there's a secret exit. Okay. Shark. Why do they keep looking at the camera? It's kind of a strange saying, though, don't you think? Like, of course you know it's pudding. It's... Why do you need to taste pudding to tell that it's pudding? Were people mistaking ketchup for pudding? Is that what this comes from? So balls to the wall means going full tilt. Now, you're probably thinking, well, where does it come from, then? Apparently, old aviation, a lot of the knobs in the actual airplane, in the cockpit, would have balls at the end of them to help you grab them easier. I mean, when I say old, I mean like circa World War I. So when you really, really wanted to crank up the engine, you would put the ball to the wall. I know what you're thinking. Lore, why did you look that up? Well, I've used that phrase for years, right? And I randomly used it. I was chatting with Pax, and I was randomly using the term, and I was like, you know, hold up. What does that mean? And he gave the definition you were probably thinking of just now in chat. And I'm like, no, it can't be that. That makes no sense. No, if you actually think about it for a second. Like, what balls to the wall means is going full tilt. As going as absolutely fast and hard as you can. But if your balls are up against the wall, you kind of can't. Like, there's no connecting point there. Like, I don't want to get too much into the vernacular of male anatomy. But if your balls are up against the wall, bad things have happened. So there was no connecting point, right? There was no, like, where does that come from? So I looked it up, and here we are. Has nothing to do with that. Go figure. Anyways, I should be paying attention, because there's a secret exit somewhere here that I missed, and I don't actually know where it is. Might have to look it up. We might have to use Giga to find it. Giga, I need your prescience. Esmir Star? Why didn't you tell me? Whoa! Your ability to see the future, Giga. Oh no, we're down to 98 lives. Yeah. Quick, Esmir Star, leave for 30 seconds so Giga can tap into her powers and prescience. Yes, I know I'm low on air. Where did Dixie go? She's dead. I was hungry. So I got her back. She's right there. It's okay. Evo is known for magic juice. That's what she does. She's basically Shinra Corporation. Still no? This is like forward. I think I've already missed it. Oh, we just lost Dixie. Thanks, Evo. If Giga had warned me about that. It's like right here. Alright, Pumpernickel, where is it? Where is it? Because I don't want to move on without it not getting it. Because I swear it's like right here. It looks like it's right here. It looks like I should be able to go up there somehow. This one, I'm told it is not here. It's in here? No. Usually I could find these without needing to look this up. In fact, I've actually not had to look up any of these so far. Who put spikes? Who designed this? Why is it in the shape of a giant kraken? Ignore the fact that there's a giant kraken later in this very game. Very world, even. Damn it, Bob. I have better taste in women. Yes, I'm blaming him for the divorces. This is your fault, Bob. She didn't want to go to bed on a bed of spikes. You should have listened to her. I'm gonna laugh if it's like right where I thought it was and I just was looking in the wrong space. Shark. I even remember that I needed Dixie for it. Oh, that's an easy gimme. She's the fastest one to swim against the current in this, because she's got this move. She's basically Tails. Except with her hair instead of her tails. You know, I'm not actually sure if Blue Fusion Volt. Do we have one on us to test? We do not, because it's the only thing I didn't buy. Oh, whatever. Oh my god, you're right. She has pigtails. Ah, I hate you. This is your fault, Rex. You've ruined Dixie Kong forever. Or, conversely, saved her. So, this is when normally I'd be like, man, when are we going to get our own Tails game? Unfortunately, I actually know that we've had one. I'm told it's terrible. first checkpoint. And then swim back. Okay. The one I've seen, he's got like bombs he can use and stuff like that. What can I say about its gameplay? That's a tough one. First switch after the checkpoint. Got it, got it. I need to hold on to Dixie here, so I need to actually be cautious for a second. Sigh. Come here, Dixie. Anyways. Here's where I thought it was. Oh, I get it. It probably is exactly where I thought it was. I just have to hit the switch first, then come back to here. What do you want to bet? I'm gonna laugh if that's true. Yeah, I have a lot of Tropical Freeze music on my various playlists. Yep, nope, I was absolutely right. God, that's actually irritating. I am so stupid. Giga, why didn't you warn me? You're supposed to use your powers for good, not evil. You're supposed to save the Lore Runner, not cast him into darkness. So, what can I say about the gameplay of the very first Donkey Kong game? The controls suck, the jumps suck, the total lack of checkpointing sucks, the level design is practically non-existent. It's too short, even if you actually manage to get your way through it. It's easy to die at the last second to things you basically can't control. I could keep going. I'm not sure I can think of a positive thing to say about Donkey Kong. Like, legit, I'm not even joking. I struggle to think of something good to say about that. Yeah, it's an arcade game. Not a game in the arcades, an arcade game. We talked about this distinction earlier. A terminology I haven't decided if I want to try and push yet or not is to call it a game as opposed to a video game. Because there's some very clear distinctions between the two. Most games either don't have much in the way of escalation, or in some cases literally don't even have an end. You just keep playing until you finally screw up and die. They almost always have one mechanic with one rule. And usually the controls suck, and it's designed by someone who's trying to rip quarters out of you as fast as possible. Yeah, I'm not sold on calling them games. The problem is when I called them arcade games earlier, everyone was like, but I liked, you know, Simpsons beat 'em up, and I'm like, well, that's not what I meant at all. Yeah, you played as Jumpman, actually, Loner. Quarter Muncher. Okay. Awesome music alert. No. Man, some storm, huh? Oh, absolutely, Eva. Honestly, there are modern arcade games, quarter munchers. Frankly, they mostly tend to sit in the mobile market. For a while there were Flash games that were quarter munchers, which at that point just sounds weird, but it's true. But the thing is, Flash games very quickly evolved into having a surprising amount of depth and complexity to them. You know, actual gameplay. Mobile games, on the other hand, like, I acknowledge that there is such a thing as a mobile game with actual gameplay, but a lot of mobile games fit squarely into quarter munchers. I wasn't even counting pachinko machines. Those aren't even, like, games. Those are nothings. Those are put a ball in and pray while flashing lights happen. You know what? I don't care. I have 99 lives. Let's just go. I mean, yeah, I hesitate to call pachinko machines games, because at that point we are actually calling slot machines games. And I get the argument, just kind of disagree. Well, it's only an incredible banger, so... Here's a question for you, Chill Pangolin. What used to be here? Because I just realized there actually is a story for this world. I don't think it has anything to do with the Snowmads, though. I could be wrong. I'll be paying attention to see. Because while the Snowmads are obviously here, this place has tons of advanced technology, almost all of which is buried underwater. Like, this is definitely this civilization used to exist kind of a vibe here, right? I need cranky to get up there, don't I? Yeah, I can't quite make that. Yeah, very Atlantean. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. And I'll go and tell you exactly what I think happened here. I think it's the Kraken. I think whatever was here was cut and brought down by the Kraken. God, that's right at the end, too. Are there any aquatic penguins? I don't remember, actually. Yeah, it could be either, Chill Penguin, because, I mean, we do have those giant pumps underwater, and those probably were part of the water system, you know, the sewage, the plumbing of whatever society this was. Then we have plenty of above-ground stuff, too, and we know they were really big into lightning. Because that's the recurring motif throughout the whole world, is electricity. Of course, here it is. Oh, that's how I'm gonna do it. Okay. I need to not lose Cranky. Like the giant Gollum statue in the background there, which channels lightning, right? Or the Cyclops statue. I don't know why I called it Gollum. The giant Cyclops Gollum, maybe? I don't know. I mean, I could see that Trihexia. It's possible the Kraken is a consequence of the society falling, not the cause of it. I mean, if you think about it... Actually, let me think about this for a second. So we had Donkey Kong, the original, which was a quarter muncher. Then we had Donkey Kong Jr., which came close to having gameplay. And then I think Super Mario Kart would have been the next game that Donkey Kong was even in, I think. I'm trying to think if there was anything before that. And then, you know, Donkey Kong Country. Also, I think that was Junior in Super Mario Kart. There's apparently a Donkey Kong 3, which I am forgetting. Anyways, point being, other than Donkey Kong 1, 2, 3, and Math, I think it was it until Super Mario Kart, right? Oh, hey, it's the title song. Oh no. Oh no. all knew this day would come. Although that proves something. Oh no, it doesn't prove anything. Hang on. I need to prove or disprove something. Give me a sec. Look, I've got 99 lives, okay? I got 99 problems, but lives ain't one of them. So I'm gonna do something really weird. Not that. I'm going to do this. Okay, hold on. This is strange. I have to get out here to do this. There we go. Right. So we gotta go to this. I love how it shows it with the strap. Like, yeah, I totally got the strap. Uh-huh. So fun little factoid, you actually can. There we go. Jump on the back. I forget what you could do on the back, but there's something you can do there. I really don't remember. There's some kind of interaction you can do while on the back. Still loses 2 lives. Still gets the negative. And Cranky Kong shoots teeth because he's apparently Quackerjack. Not that anybody here's gonna get that. Okay. He's got teeth to spare. What, are you kidding me? Game. No. Welcome back, Mr. Road. If it went well, then maybe you should spill coffee in your lap. Maybe that's the correct strategy. Oh. I recommend throwing both into a pot and stirring it until it's a gray sludge. Don't actually do that, Mr. Road. Do not listen to me. Worth it. You know, there's that, you know, a pessimist sees things as, you know, oh my god, glass is half empty. Optimist sees glass is half full. What it really is a pessimist is like, oh man, I spilled coffee in my lap. What else can go wrong today? An optimist is like, I got the bad out of the way. It's nothing but good from here on out. So this is a new thing. Notice how they give us a nice easy section just to tutorialize how this works. With arrows and everything. Then they start escalating a bit. I really like these diagonal ones for some strange reason. I think it's just because I'm insane. There's another one later I remember in My Favorite World, which is the second to last one, which is really cool. Also, listen to that frickin' music. Notice extreme use of color distinction. I don't know what they're doing to make the tracks stand out as much as they are. Yeah, there you go, Loner. But they do a good job of making the tracks come out. I think it's a lighting thing. Like there's extra lighting or extra reflective material on the tracks or something. Yeah, the top of the tracks are extremely bright. So it's relatively dark, but you can pretty much see where the tracks are at all times. It's also a little bit more lenient than it looks. Like that, for example. Like I mentioned back in Returns, it kind of yanks you onto the track. As long as you're close enough. It just gets better. There it is. It's okay, it was worth it. I got the G. I think you're right, Joe Pangolin. And yeah, you get what I mean with the Atlantean vibes. Look at this friggin' place. I've yet to get above 15. I wonder what the actual possible cap is for that. Is it 15? Am I just capping it? Either way, great level. Love that level. I know, right, Joe Pangolin? And yeah, it's not easy. It just involves work. Just listen to me. So dismissive. All you need to do is actually bother to do your job. I understand that they were severely crunched. Fun fact, by the way, Tropical Freeze was delayed by almost a year so they could polish the game more. At the time, they received a lot of criticism for that, and a lot of people said it was the wrong call. Those people are wrong. Fun fact, we actually have talked about this exact same phenomenon in almost the same era with New Super Mario Bros. U. Same machine even, Wii U. If you remember, there was a really big push by Iwata in that era to not rush games, to let them cook until they were done. And if you remember, he was lambasted for that. So, underwater silhouette level, but with occasional sources of light. Jesus, that momentum. Splatoon 1? Probably. Splatoon 2? Probably not. Oh, sorry for waking you, sir. No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! I didn't mean to wake you, sir. We are still seeing Snowmad stuff all over the place, but it really feels to me like they just moved in. You know, none of this feels like their stuff. Is that just me? Am I the only one getting that vibe? Am I just projecting at this point? Am I stupid? Be honest. Alright, I have lives. I have lives. We're done here. No, I don't think this deserves positive. What do y'all think? Evo, I'll let you decide. Brickwork, yay or nay? I don't know, Evo. Are you positive that you'd give it a positive? God damn it. Maybe if I try like this. No, no, no! I want to know what's in here. A mini puzzle. Literally, I suppose. Worth it. Got the G. You know, I never actually played Earthworm Jim 2. Because, and I know it's antithetical, but I didn't really like Earthworm Jim 1. The game. Like, I enjoyed the show for what it was, but then I played the game and I was like, this isn't very fun. As long as there's no tapeworm jokes, to quite it. I'm actually curious of something. And now to die, because that took so long. Ooh, that was actually really close. I mean, I'm presuming this is all just the ancient Atlantean ruins thing. But I don't know specifically. What do you think? I will give you the style thing. Earthworm Jim is quite distinct. I missed 2 letters on that stage? Wow, okay, hang on. What am I missing? The K and the N, so I missed the first letter somewhere. Probably something really obvious. Oh, it's right there. Sure. I do like how they tutorialize the fish, too. You have to spin to get to the thing, the fish do the thing, this fish do that. And that lights up the room you're in. Oh, wow. Yeah, I should mention, I've never actually beaten Earthworm Jim 1. Never managed that. I assume the last boss is Queen pulsating, bloated, etc., etc., etc. But I only assume that because, you know, she was the villain from the show. Okay, there's the O, so it's after this. So do me a favor, if you see the N Say something, please. Or some place that like looks like a secret exit kind of thing. You know, something. You know, I like this game a lot. I think I'm going to give it a negative for the breath meter existing. It really serves no purpose. Even on the levels where, like, it's like, oh god, I've only got so much time to do this. All it does is give you a backtrack, you know? Like, oh wait, I have to go back and get some breath. Yeah, they place it reasonably well. Which is the only reason I'm not going to give it more negatives. I feel like I've gone too long without finding something. Oh, it's right there. How did I miss that? Here's an interesting question. Do we have to finish the stage? I feel like we do. I don't know. Let's go ahead and finish the stage to be safe. Well, no, we should test, shouldn't we? Let's go ahead and test. You'll lose your progress. Screw it, let's try it. Let's just do it. Let's commit. Commit. Nope, does not save. I didn't think so. But I was curious. Sorry for having to redo the stage. I should have thought of that at the first letter. No, there hasn't been a lot of chatting today. I'll take ownership of that. I haven't been talking a lot either because I'm extremely tired. I just talk less when I'm tired. Sorry. No, I had a terrible night's rest. Like, actually bad. First time I woke up last night, it had only been like an hour since I laid down. It didn't feel like it. It felt like it had been a lot longer, and I wake up and I look at the clock and it's like, what? No, I started on time. Had to cover the Nintendo Nindy thing, which didn't have anything interesting in it. Yeah, then I woke up about 2 hours later. No, I haven't, Chill Penguin. Well, okay, hang on. I'm off that sentence back. I have seen a speedrun of this game in particular, or in general. I have not seen a speedrun of this level in particular. There we go. That's how I know about the Cranky Kong nonsense, because you can do some absolutely stupid things with Cranky Kong in this game. Okay. Kong get. Oh, so I kept mentioning the Kraken, right? He's not actually the boss of the world, but... So, mines. Did you see it? I love that little peak. There's just a couple of holes and you could just see something moving behind them. I don't know, do you get headaches von Falkenstein? Well, that's the only true sign of a moron, is headache getting. I've always assumed it's the same Kraken, and not just because of the acid reuse. And you keep feeling its presence. I love how they build this up. You see the shadow in the distance, and you hear the earthquakes, which also knocks free some of the rocks, which changes the terrain, so it's part of the gameplay, too. And then there it is. Just right in your face. Big sucker, too. Oh yeah, and there's an inky black death coming up there too, chasing us. Oh, I missed the O. Now we get to do it again, because I missed the O. Jesus. Dick move, game. Okay, watch. Do you see those holes right in front of me? There, do you see it? That's what I was referencing earlier. Love the way they do that. Not you, chill thing, let's try us. Whatever, and getting hit by the debris there. Okay, so if I miss it this time, I just need to cancel before I hit the next checkpoint. Or die, maybe? Alright, it's boss battle. Sort of. It might as well be a boss battle. God damn it. The angle's wrong. The angle of the shot is wrong. And so I wait until I've got the angle, and then I shoot, and then it does this weird arc that it probably shouldn't be doing. That's actually really irritating. And by that statement alone, you could tell that I've never been remotely happy playing platformers. Sorry, Mr. Red. That's why I secretly hated Head-On the entire time. It's because it was a platformer. Okay, when I can feel the bass in your car as you're driving by, maybe turn down the volume. But it had platforming, Evo. That's true. I didn't give Mario Wonder a perfect score. Not that there really is such a thing, but you get my point. You know what? I'll take that over having to redo the whole stage. I actually did give Head-On's platforming negatives, which I then had to remove. How very inconsiderate of the developers. patching their game post-release. But I think that is an actually good game. Damn game. Never have to do that again. Nope, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. I don't think he's listening to me. Listen, there's nothing here. Just as gorillas, which you hate for some reason. Like, you can't be doing this out of hunger. You're a kraken. Krakens don't eat gorillas? Or do they? Oh my god. Do krakens eat gorillas? Oh my god, he's trying to usurp us. It makes so much sense. This island is mine. Banana seasoned meat. What does that taste like, I wonder? Like, how do you season meat with banana? Hi, Dr. Winter. And yes, we just defeated the Kraken with giant freaking mines. Oh man, this game sucks so bad, Ross. You missed it. We've been doing the Echo levels this whole world. Speaking of. Oh, I remember this level. This one's the maze. Of all the non-playable Donkey Kong favorites, who's my favorite? Candy. Now, you're probably expecting it to be for the usual reason, but actually, how many Kong family members aren't playable? Really think about that for a sec. We play as Funky, we play as Cranky, we play as Dixie, we play as Diddy, we play as Donkey. So... I don't know who Swanky is, and I don't know who Wrinkly is. I will confess my ignorance there. The show doesn't exist. Don't listen to Mr. Red's lies. If we count the show, that includes Bluster, in which case Candy is my favorite because she's not Bluster. And that's pretty much her sole qualifier there. So I can tell Mr. Red didn't listen to what I just said, because he then immediately says, what about Bluster? Okay, so if I have to pick between Donkey, Diddy, Dixie, and Baby, which of those is my favorite? So I don't know anything about Baby. Not really. There's a red key. Yeah. Well, yes, but Candy is at least not in the show. Candy may be a character whose only job is to be there and to blow kisses at you. But at least that's better than Bluster. Okay, so there's the green key. I've played 3. On camera, even, Chill Penguin. Kinda hated it. But only kind of, you know? In fact, I would go so far as to say that all 3 of the original Donkey Kong Country games and Returns all have the exact same problem. Sunshine Syndrome. Badly. I've actually replayed several Kong games several times, gotten to a certain stage or world, and then said, yep, I'm good. And just walked away from it. In 3, it'd be that stupid jungle level. That stupid jungle level. God. Anybody who actually watched that Retro stream, you probably know what I'm referencing. That stupid frickin' jungle. Air? 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 God damn. That was several screens without error. Yeah, I was gonna say, congratulations. We've finally found a use for the air meter, making this level suck. It's a maze, if you're not aware, and you have to kind of loop back through it several times as you get keys to unlock chests, blah, blah, blah. Is this the backtracking one? Nope. That's how we get out. I mean, Funky is my obvious answer for favorite Kong, because he's the only Kong who has a particularly large amount of characterization to him. Even if that characterization is Surfer Boy, at least there's something there, right? I was there, Gandalf. 7 million years ago, when the Streaminations still existed. And were permanently cancelled forever. And are never coming back. That wasn't it. Freaking blessed her. Yeah, I was actually thinking about Dixie as my second favorite. For basically that reason. There really is no error in this level, of this room. I thought maybe I was mistaken earlier, but nope. Nothing. I mean, you happen to have found me during, like, one of the worst water levels in the franchise. Not to exaggerate, I'm not a big fan of this stage. I'm gonna look it up, because I'm looping. I'm just straight up looping, and I can't see another exit, so it's something I'm missing. So I'm just going to look it up. Because that's all that's happening. I'm just missing something. Probably something obvious. Okay. What genre players best with platformers? That's actually a good question. We've had puzzle platformers, we've had turn-based platformers, we've had stealth platformers, we've had shooter platformers. So that's what I was missing, is I needed to get all the bananas. Silly me. Told you I was missing something. Rogue, I mean, rogue stuff, by its very nature, meshes well with basically any other genre. So I'm not saying I disagree with you, it's just it feels kind of like a gimme, you know? Okay, so now we have yellow. Get on with it. I better keep my key or I'm going to be slightly upset. I didn't keep my key. Do I seriously have to do the entire level over again? Because the level's non-linear, so there's no checkpoints. Okay, other than Rogue, what other classification of platformer works best? I mean, again, this feels a bit like a gimme, but I'm gonna go with puzzle. There's just too many games, too many good puzzle platformers out there that have shown time and time again that you can do some really cool stuff by primarily focusing on puzzle design when it comes to a platformer. So which genre meshes least with Star Wars? Real talk? My first knee-jerk answer to that is RPG. Yes, down. I'm right, I'm right. RPGs tend to focus on, for lack of a better way to put it, statifying a lot of stuff. You know, slashing someone with a lightsaber 13 times in order to kill them. It also leans towards the idea that the Force is just magic, which, admittedly, I enjoy. I'm not gonna lie. But at that point, it's just magic with a different skin. Other than that, I don't know, because Star Wars fits a lot of things. Yeah, no, Star Wars fits with basically everything. Tactical, strategy, 4X, RTS, shooter, puzzle, visual novel. Could you not, please? Stupid shark, go away! Oh, the shark ate Dixie. About to eat me if this door doesn't open in time. Open! 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 Yeah, dating sim would probably work with Star Wars. I don't know, even RPG still works with Star Wars. Obviously, we have several. I have streamed 3 of them. Yeah, political sim, while we're on the subject. Yeah, having to actually look up something to progress. Why would you think RTS, Giga? Hi, Jay Palmer. We're past World 2? Africa. We're almost done with World 4. Why would ship battles be bad, Giga? In fact, why would ship battles be the worst, for that matter? It was 3, thank you. Trek needs a freaking ship simulator while we're on the subject. That's the topic, Giga Pudding. What genre fits Star Wars the worst? That's why I'm like... I mean, granted, we've never had a good RTS in Star Wars, so... No, I stand by it. I've played all of them. I've played Force Commander, for God's sakes. Ugh. Okay, so... Almost done with World War, for real. Which one is Galaxy at War the Age of Empires clone? Because I'll agree that's as close as we've gotten to a good RTS. I don't think it's there, but it's the most fun of the 3 I've played. So it's not. Okay, which one's Galaxy at War, then? Why do these people have bombs? Stop having bombs. Oh, Empire at War. Right. Yeah, I could see that because of the space battles. The ground battles were functional. I need to be careful. Zakdef might kill me if he hears me say that. So this might be the most Snowmad level here of the levels in this world. Not sure what they're working on. They're just like rotating spike platforms. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Winter. What's the best Star Wars strategy game? Stellaris. It used to be Sins of a Solar Empire. Arguably still is, really. Just a different thing. Me too, Ross. I haven't even played it, but I've heard nothing good about it. That's got a point where I'm not even sure I want to review it at this point, because it feels like there's no point to reviewing it. Like, it's an abandoned game. First of all. Star Trek Bridge Commander was neat, but I hesitate to call it good. Resurgence is a rare example of a game where I didn't score it particularly well, but I still recommend it. Just because of what it is. And the tone and vibe and blah blah blah. What are they doing here? Surgeon Simulator. Hang on, back to... You know, that's true, Dr. Winter. Oh, shoot. Note to self. Look at screen. hell? What's the best My Little Pony game? I actually forget if it's EU4 or CK2, but it's one of them. No, I was just continuing to make the point about the mods. And how they continue to be the best of their particular ensamples. Ooh, a first grand strategy game. So I'm going to automatically disqualify Stellaris. Now, I know that sounds strange, because Stellaris is amazing. But there's two problems with that. First of all, Stellaris is probably the best of the best. And I pretty much never recommend starting with the best. Second of all, Stellaris isn't a full grand strategy game like most of the others are. It is much more of a 4X game. Also, Stellaris changes fundamentally under the hood regularly. What's the difference? Mostly the focus on what you, the player, are paying attention to. It's one of those easier to explain by example situations, because if you've played Civilization and you've played Europa Universalis 4, the difference should be immediately apparent, right? Hang on, I'm just gonna make Dixie join me for this. Well, then that sucks, J. Palmer. I would say... God, first grand strategy. By default, it's probably going to be one of the newer ones, because the old ones are rough. That limits us to Victoria 3 or Crusader Kings 3. And that's kind of our options. It would include Imperator if they hadn't screwed that up. Are you throwing bombs at me, sir? Is this some Super Mario Bros. 2 reference? Civilization is a 4X. It is specifically a ground 4X. There's two major types of 4Xs, and those are ground and space. That's not their official terms. In fact, to my knowledge, nobody professionally distinguishes between the two. But if you've ever played Master Brian, or, actually a better example would be, oh god, what's the spice one? Dr. Quetta, you know the one I'm talking about. Yeah, Civilization 1 more or less invented the 4X genre. No, not Dune. There's a ground one, there's two ground ones, and there's two space ones, and the second space one's really good. And I'm looking forward to the second ground one. Endless, thank you. So, there's Endless Ground, which is a 4X game, and then there's Endless Space 1 and 2, which are Space 4X games. And the style and approach of how you do resources, what you care about, all that kind of stuff is completely different. To explain a little bit, if you have a ground 4X, you almost assuredly have tiles. They may be squares, they may be hexagons, they may be circles, it doesn't matter. It's tile-based. Each tile has X on it. Resources, events, items, people, population, towns, units, etc., right? So everything's tile-based, and you kind of move around the tiles as you're doing and trying to claim resources, territory, etc., and do whatever it is you're doing in order to try and win. Right? Yeah, cows, there's cows. In space, tiles don't exist. It's usually planetary-based. So you've got your planet, which may or may not have resources on it, may or may not have tiles on it, may or may not have build space on it. But generally speaking, you're more about claiming planets, star systems, and space stations instead. And I know you're the same thing. That's the same thing. It really isn't. It fundamentally changes how the gameplay works. It is close enough to be a slightly different genre, which is why I distinguish between the two. Ground 4X, Space 4X. 4X stands for Explore, Expand, something, and Exterminate, I believe is what all those stand for. Which do I prefer? I don't think I have a preference between the two. I love both. Exploit, thank you. Expand, explore, exploit, exterminate. One second, Jay Plummer. I'm not ignoring you. Do I prefer grand strategy over 4X? No. I actually prefer 4X over grand strategy. It's not a big gap. I enjoy both, obviously. But if you sat me down and said you can play Civ 5 or you can play EU4, I'm going to take Civ 5. RTS or grand strategy? So let's assume the best, right? So let's look at like CK3 or Vic3 or the upcoming EU4 5 or whatever versus say StarCraft 2. Okay, that's unfair. Age of Empires 2. I think I'd probably still lean towards RTS in that case. Halo, SPV3, Sky Odyssey, and Infinite Warfare. Thank you, Jay Palmer, as always. I'll probably buy something. Yeah, no, StarCraft 2 is unfair. It is a freakish non-game. I was actually thinking about this recently. I'm not going to pull this trigger, but... Well, maybe I'll debate it. StarCraft 2 is an MMO. Hang on, hear me out. One of the reasons that MMOs are considered separate is because by the very nature of what an MMO is multiple games, right? That's why we keep track of bronze numbers as we're going through. Because BC was a whole game. Cataclysm was a whole game. Shadowbringers was a whole game, right? StarCraft 2 is 3 whole games, for all intents and purposes. And then you have the co-op mode, and then you have the Nova campaign. It's not... I don't know. it's something I've been chewing on. You could argue that it just is a game with 2 really, really good expansions, and that's why we consider it not an MMO. But at the same time... Yeah, what Dakota is saying is completely valid. StarCraft 2 has honest-to-God expansions. And that's the point, really. They put out colossal expansions of tons and tons of excellent content, so... There it is! StarCraft 2 is a fantastic game, and it's worth noting. The quality counts, too, right? We talked about that. Sustained quality is something we track in the golden number, and it's something that StarCraft 2 deserves for retaining quality. Like, there are dips, and there's irritations. Like, Heart of the Swarm has lots of story issues, for example. And some of the levels aren't as good as the others. But StarCraft 2 is a fantastic game, top to bottom. Yeah, 55 story negatives. That is not a small number of negatives. That's almost as many negatives to story as we've given positives to gameplay to this game. I think put that into perspective. And 19 gameplay negatives, which is more negatives to gameplay than this game has got. More of the Atlantean ruins here. Yep, saw that coming. Ow. Well, there's only one way to know the answer to that. So, in StarCraft 2, if you want to go back and do a New Game Plus, you can. But you also kind of can't, and what it carries forward and doesn't is kind of strange. Wings of Liberty is the most obvious answer there, because In Wings of Liberty, there's several things you can do. You can do missions in out of order, which changes what units you have access to, which upgrades you have access to, which resources you have, and how much money you have. And it doesn't really... It's not great about how exactly it carries that forward. Aw. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, me too, Ross. I think Dean actually brought it up first. I just realized what this is, Chilpanglin. I'm gonna finish out this level, but I have a theory now for what this island is to the snowmats. Anyways, yeah, because like we've already reviewed a lot of the so-called best games. There's not a lot of games I think that are gonna break into the top 25 that we have yet to cover. Was that a letter? Nope, that was hard. But I think there's a few that have a chance. Obviously, there's some Final Fantasy games which will probably qualify. And Chrono Trigger, which is whatever. Yeah, almost all of the games I think might actually someday break into that top tier. Are already funded and sitting in the someday category. Mario Odyssey, Undertale, Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger. Bonanza might. Yeah, I've heard extremely good things about Bonanza, so that's likely. I was thinking about some really big CRPGs that might be able to break the top, but I'm not sure any of them could. Because, well, almost all of them have some kind of big... Yes, it is Evo. I even own it. Check it out. I can prove it. Check it out. It's right there. Almost every one of the really good CRPGs has some major gameplay flaw that drags it down. Like, I'm told Wrath of the Righteous is legit, and then there's the actual campaign, right? And then Kingmaker had not only the Factory Worker Syndrome problem, but pretty much the entire outro. DOS 2 is already in the top 25, Evo. Although I do agree it also has two major issues with it. Inventory management and walkthroughitis. That game does not know how to indicate where its content is to a player who doesn't already know where it is. I mean, that makes sense, Chilpanglin. Pillars of Eternity 2, maybe. That's a hard maybe. I have a lot of positive things to say about PoE 2. Tyranny does a lot right, but also quite a bit wrong. Notably everything to do with its magic system. Any non-RPGs can break the top 25? So, obviously, there's this game. I honestly anticipate this game will break top 25 territory. I do. It's a freaking great game. We're past the honeymoon period, too, and I'm still enjoying myself, even though I'm tired. I apologize for that. Yeah, who knows? I have no idea about future games. I'm just thinking about games I already know exist. We've already covered Portal 2, which is already in top 25 territory. Prime 4 is a huge maybe. Prime 1, actually. Prime 1R, I could see breaking into the top 25. I need to stop listing Nintendo games at some point. Current Baldur's Gate 3, I'm not sure about. I don't know. I don't have faith in Cyberpunk breaking that high. Oh yeah, that's true. Baldur's Gate 3 is an RPG. Forgive me. You're right. Like, the other day I looked up, like, best games of all time, and I wasn't impressed with most of those lists. It was mostly stuff I already knew or stuff I've already covered. I look forward to being wrong, Moog. Last time, Cyberpunk actually scored really well on the story axis. Because it was a really good story. I think I know Baldur's Gate 3's update is going to push it up because I've been playing it. We're about to hit the mausoleum where Shadowheart has her personal quest, if you know where that is. Grand Theft Auto 6? I don't think GTA 6 is going to break the top 25. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think GTA 6 will be a good game. I do. I don't think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be better than GTA 5, but very simply. Yeah, GTA 6 is a huge question mark right now. So... Wrath of the Righteous, Crater, Cyberpunk, and a thank you. Thank you very much, Moog. I do appreciate you very much, thank you. I will probably also put that towards getting something nice for lunch, because I feel terrible. Yeah, exactly. GTA 6 is going to sell ridiculously well. It doesn't make it the best game. I absolutely guarantee it's being overhyped. It's a new GTA game. That's what they do. So, let's just buy up our stock again since we've got coins to spare here. Do I think Witcher 3 will beat Mass Effect 2 in story? Yes, I do. If anything's going to manage it, it's going to be Witcher 3. Don't mistake me. Witcher 3 has... honestly, probably a net negative gameplay if you take into account everything. But that story is really, really good. Okay, Kong level. We've hit every Kong level so far. We haven't failed to do a single one. But we're only on 4. Oh, 100%, Jay Palmer. I do anticipate Kingdom Hearts 3 being the best scoring Kingdom Hearts. The only one I think will give it any real competition is 2. And 2, honestly, has some pretty big problems with it. All of which 3 solved, it's worth noting. So, I could see some people preferring 2. That's how that works. But I think pound for pound, 3 is a better game. I'm an idiot. Birth by Sleep is the other big one. Those are going to be the top 3, I'll tell you that right now. BBS 2 and 3 are going to be the top 3. Any RPGs I anticipate topping the RPG list for gameplay? Tough one. Let me think about that. I mentioned PoE 2, which I do think actually has legitimately good gameplay. I would be remiss if I did not mention Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy VII, and Chrono Trigger. I love this escalation. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. was expecting you to come after me. Why did you go away? Why didn't you try to kill me, Mr. Bumblebee? I'm gonna pop a healing item, because I'm doing well. I wasn't expecting to. This is more of an exploratory thing. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Panic mode engaged. That's one hell of a way to escalate. So everything's now sinking into lava. Keep going. Yeah, that would have killed me right there. Yep, I saw that. So last time I had recovery. No, I don't. Oh, and we're done. That was short and sweet. What is it, Eva? Give me the tip, Blue Fusion. I like that. I have no preference really, Mook, but I guess yes would be the answer. Okay, so RPGs. Sorry, Blade Javal. Got a little distracted. It's 4 down though. Yeah, actually, Chill Pangolin. Oh, no, I gotta look this up now, Evo. Hang on, hang on. You dare. Oh my god, it's so hideous. It hasn't loaded yet. Wow, that is unique, is the word I'm going to use for that. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Blue Fusion Bolt. I'll remember that when I fight him again, because he'll show up again. Okay, boss time. That sounds really cool. Probably not a game for me, but it sounds really cool. So, the Kraken wasn't the boss. Who do you think the boss is going to be? Of the underwater world. Ignore the fact that it's just given away in the title of the level. Whoop. So you ready for my theory, Chill Pangolin? I think this is their docks. I think this island is where they make port and maintain their fleets. That's why they have a presence here at all, but that's also why they don't have too much presence here. He has a cane attack, that's why I picked him specifically. He can attack forwards. This. Well, now he can't, because he's dead. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. No, why? Why? Go the direction I'm telling you to go in. Okay, I'm going to stop trying to do a quick kill here, and I'm just going to do this slow mode. Listen, this game is turbo not innovative. Oh, Jesus. Should not have gone for that. You know what? This game sucks. Too much water. Did you notice, by the way, the bubbles get pulled in when he's pulling you in? You might think, but that's actually good design. Legitimately. It almost guarantees that you're going to get air regularly every time he does that attack. So even if you've lost track of your air bubbles, or where the air bubbles are on the stage, it pretty much drags them into you. No! One health and a prayer. Oh man, I love mango. I almost died thinking about eating mango. Oh shoot. Okay, hang on. For no reason. Pop this really quick here. I don't want to redo the fight, okay? What do you want from me? Inventory exists for a reason. I got 500 coins burning a hole in my pocket. I think I can manage this. Okay. Or we have to redo the whole fight, because I started drowning. Okay. My bad. I just hope it's good, Evo. Who needs unique or interesting? Ugh. I spit upon unique and interesting. That's not actually true. Why? Why did you go down? I'm like, alright, go right and then dash. And he's like, no problem, into the spikes. Ah, water controls. Shoot. What? What? They exist, Mr. Red. I don't think I've ever heard any of their music. Oh, for God's sakes, I don't care. It's an email from Patreon saying, our service is about to get a lot worse because making stuff worse over time is what every software developer in the world's job is. For some reason. It's It's great. Don't care. Piss off. That's true, Jay Palmer. So I've got a new idea. How about every time they finish working on something, we fire them immediately? Oh, wait, they already do that. So could you stop making stuff crap? It's not like it's saving your job anyways. They're already gonna fire you. So, like, stop spreading the misery. Jesus. God damn it. If I hadn't gotten hit there, that would have hit him. That like half a second delay made that mess. I think, once again, the air meter is showing why it shouldn't exist in this game. Legitimately. And yeah, this is... there's only one boss fight I think might be worse than this. It's the last one. I don't know. We'll see when we get there, but that's the only one, like, in the running for me. Because the boss fight after this is cool, and the boss fight after that is cool, too. If I'm remembering correctly. Which it might not be. The polar bear is probably my personal favorite fight in the game. Put it that way. Thanks, game. That's just a dick move there. Dan, could you suck slightly less for 5 seconds, please? Well, unfortunately, the polar bear is not the final boss. That's a walrus for some reason. Spoilers. Air, please. Air, please. Thank you. missed that by like an inch. By an inch. God damn it. Jackass. Oh, it is the next stage. Is there only one world after this? Is it 6 worlds in this game? Okay. This is my favorite world by memory. Well, this is the World 7 equivalent. The factory. Second, sorry. Let's take a bite of it. Shall we? Get a little recovery in. We're not going to finish World 5 before the break, but just get a little bit of it in. So, try to guess the resource they're harvesting from this world. Just guess. You know, no judgment if you can't figure out immediately. Yeah, we've already seen them harvesting fish. This is where they get the berries from. I love how they just open with that. It's the first thing you see is the initial berry harvesting. God, look at those visuals. If only Evo were here to see them. And yeah, you can see them reaching into the plants to grab out those spiked seeds, too. Damn it. They have a hell of an operation going here, too. If you look at this place. Very likely, J. Palmer. Unless I suddenly start sucking at the game, which is possible. I do suck at video games. That's the goal, is to finish this today. I love how it kind of introduces the 3 different, shall we say, stages of the fruit. And we've got the spiked seeds, and then we've got the opened chunks, and we got the berries in the background. Oh, I have no idea. I've never really played Ratchet & Clank other than the first one and the new one. So those of you in chat, which Ratchet & Clank game do you think will score the best? Please do, Ross, because the queue is very fluid right now. By necessity, and not by desire. The 5th and 11th. Alright, everyone, what's the 5th and 11th Ratchet and Clank games? I'm gonna laugh if those are actually valid answers. So, Tools of Destruction is 5, apparently. So what's 11? Oh, well, I'm not playing Violet before I play Red, Ross. One way or the other. I'm not going to make you wait for me to go through the entire Pokemon franchise before we get to Violet, but I want to cover Red first. I want that baseline on the books. And in my head. Okay, apparently it's... Size Matters and Full Frontal Assault. I don't even recognize either of those. Red is funded, but it's not happening until I move. Okay, I'll just die, you know. I know you have a great deal of experience of not resting when you're tired. So many frickin' seeds. Oh my god. Tower defense. Correct. It is Gen 1, to be very, very, very clear. Fire Red's a good game. I'm sorry. Well, I assume it's a good game. I haven't reviewed it. Oh, that was luck. That was so much luck, and I'm willing to admit that. We'll see, Chill Pangolin. If anything's going to get visual storytelling positives at this game, though, it's World 5. So we'll see. I don't actually know, but well. Stop bothering me with trap I don't care about. So hang on. We've all said that Tools is 5. Which one's 11? Which one's Rifts Apart, then? How far along is that? How dare you have an opinion, even though I constantly encourage people to give me their opinions. I may not agree with you, but please never feel quiet about giving your opinion. Wow, I'm surprised there's that few Ratchet and Clank games. I figured there were way more than that. No, 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 I believe you. I hate video games. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, Rift Apart is 10. You're right. Hey, look. They have purple falls here. Look at that shot for a second. Just take that in for a moment. Look at that. That is gorgeous. And yeah, if we've played Mario games before, Purple River means poison, so let's not jump into that. So let's see if they finally managed to screw up a rocket level. There's so much fruit. Look at the size of the fruit on this island. No wonder the Snowmads wanted to conquer this place. So this is the rocket level I remember most in the entire game. Partially because of that thing. But I'm going to deliberately die because I missed a K. Yeah, this is an island worth conquering. This place is bountiful and plentiful. Which makes sense if you think about it. They've got a port, they've got a fishery, they've got a lumber mill. I was also thinking about it, what the resources of the first island. It's salvage. All of the wrecks and ruined planes that all crashed there. They use a lot of metal in their construction. Whoops. I even aimed for that like an idiot. Also, this is totally a Robotnik mech, I'm just saying. I feel like Retro played a bunch of Sonic games when they were young. I mean, that would actually be cool, R-Spruce. I mean, the Snowmads have quite a bit going on for them. What? I have played Star Fox Zero on camera, Ross, when it came out, when it was new. And you want to know something wild? I liked it. Now, there's a big caveat there, but I enjoyed the game. Damn it, I just saw the end. Hang on. Levels, bosses. Voice acting, presentation, graphics. I liked the game with the fact that it played like ass. Terrible control system. I mean, it's one of those you can get used to it, but that doesn't make it any better. I forgot about it again. I forgot about it again. Sorry. That is completely on me. I was thinking about it, though. Which Star Fox I think would score the best. And the irony is, I cannot imagine that anything other than Star Fox 64 on the 3DS will score well. Will score better, I mean. Like, 64 is already a great game, and the 3DS version polishes that sucker out. Oh, come on, that's just not fair. I'll accept that death. Star Fox 1 will probably score pretty well for a first game, but... at this point, I don't know, Ruthless Tim. Star Fox has been dead for a long time. When did Star Fox Zero come out? Because that's our last one. I do not count Star Fox 2 as that for obvious reasons. So yeah, it has been about a decade since we've had a Star Fox. Which is better than F-Zero, but whatever. So our last F-Zero was on the GameCube. Look where you were driving, buddy. I like how he ejects before we reach him. Probably the smart move. Oh, look, he's in the... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I don't think I've ever seen that before. He got eaten in the background. I mean, he was trying to destroy his own frickin' factory to get to me, and that didn't work out well for him. But yes, I referenced this earlier. That's the best rocket ride in both games, I would say. One of the last ones, I believe. Yeah, World 5 is... World 5 is so good. I'm gonna chop off for lunch. I'll see you guys.